boner. I woke up with a hard penis. I woke up with a boner. 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 I woke up with a boner.
Bruh, I ain't trying to have all them crazy problems. Bruh, I ain't trying to have all them crazy problems. Bruh, I ain't trying to have all them crazy problems. Bruh, man's identified man that have entered dysphoria and are mentally ill.
I woke up with a boner. 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 I woke up with a boner.
The Cheeto Man's president
With a boner.
the Cheeto Man's president, know what I'm saying? The Cheeto Man's president
With a boner.
free hot Cheetos. So anyway, I gotta bounce. Yeah, I got a meeting. Gotta bounce, got a meeting. Yeah, I gotta bounce. Yeah, I got a meeting. Gotta bounce, got a meeting. Yeah, I gotta bounce. Yeah, I got a
Boner.
gotta bounce, got a
Boner.
yeah, I gotta bounce. Yeah, I got a meeting.
With a hard penis. I woke up with a boner. 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 I woke up with a boner.
Bruh, I ain't trying to have all them crazy.
Boner.
Bruh, I ain't trying to have hands identified.
Boner.
Bruh, I ain't trying to have all them crazy.
Boner.
Bruh, hands identified man that
A
have
hard penis. I woke up with a boner. I woke up with a hard penis. I woke up with a boner. 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 I woke up with a boner.
Bruh, I ain't trying to have all them crazy problems. Bruh, I ain't trying to have all them crazy problems. Bruh, I ain't trying to have all them crazy problems. Bruh, hands identified man that have entered dysphoria and are mentally ill.
I woke up with a boner. 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 I woke up with a boner.
The Cheeto Man's president
With a boner.
the Cheeto Man's president, know what I'm saying? The Cheeto Man's president
With a boner.
free hot Cheetos. So anyway, I gotta bounce. Yeah, I got a meeting. Gotta bounce, got a meeting. Yeah, I gotta bounce. Yeah, I got a meeting. Gotta bounce, got a meeting. Yeah, I gotta bounce. Yeah, I got a
Boner.
gotta bounce, got a
Boner.
yeah, I gotta bounce. Yeah, I got a meeting.
With a hard penis. I woke up with a boner. 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 I woke up with a boner.
Bruh, I ain't trying to have all them crazy.
Boner.
Bruh, I ain't trying to have hands identified.
Boner.
Bruh, I ain't trying to have all them crazy.
Boner.
Bruh, hands identified man that
A
have
hard penis.
Hello! Sorry for the slightly extended hold on. Hope everyone's been doing well. It's time to grind. So it is. Yeah. So Path of Exile 2 has a free weekend going on, and I spent a good chunk of yesterday playing it, and I had a mixed experience, let's say. I think the most succinct descriptor I could give for my experience was after I finished Act 1, I booted up Last Epoch and started playing that and had a way better time. Like, way better. But I'm going to do my best to be optimistic about how I talk about this game. So, you know what? Let's just get into it. I'll try and talk about things as I go. Let me adjust my mic a little bit. I have... Oh, did I not click the add button? I don't think I did. I'm an idiot. And I didn't post a blue sky.
Shoo shoo pop pop.
I fucked it all up. Thank you for the resub, Taran, and for the tier 3 resub, Dan. Very much appreciated. Me saying that I had a way better time playing Last Epoch is not entirely fair to Path of Exile 2, because I really like Last Epoch. I think that game is fantastic. So let's... Okay, as soon as... There we go. Switch on over here. Unmute the game. Log in. So, the first character that I played as was this fella. The Monk, which, like, the class is focused on quarterstaff skills, where there's a lot of, like, building up a combo kind of gameplay. And then I was playing as this character, where I was playing Lightning Arrow. And I gotta tell you, this character was not nearly as fun as this character. So switch on over here. So some of these classes are just like alternate versions of existing classes, and a lot of these classes don't exist yet. Because this game is very, like, early access.
Pagan! You failed to liberate your brothers, just as you have failed in poisoning my subjects against
Can
me.
I... Okay, great. That does shut him up. So when as you select these classes, you get a little quip from a guy off screen talking about all, like, how your character ended up in this situation. So, the Monk. Quick strikes. Overwhelm them with a ceaseless flurry of blows. Don't let up. Mobility. Weave through hordes. Dodge out of danger. Close in for the kill. And combos. Build up power before unleashing devastating finishers. So my experience with the Monk was I selected the Monk, and I picked up an ability that's like a big AoE lightning slam. I was like, oh, this seems neat. But it would take like 2 or 3 of these big lightning slams in order to kill anything. And I was like, oh, that seems kind of weak. And then I picked up another ability where you like do a dash strike towards an enemy, And if you kill an enemy with that ability, then you get a power charge. And the big lightning slam does way more damage and covers a way bigger area if you have a bunch of power charges. The problem is that you had to kill enemies with the dash strike, and that also took like 2 or 3 hits to kill anything, including just like regular ass normal mobs. Like no, they weren't magic or rare or bosses or anything like that. It would take several of these dash strikes, and each of them was slower than just like a basic attack bonking them with my quarterstaff. It was like a second. It was like 0.85 seconds for each of these dash strikes. And there is wind up and there is like cooldown to these dash strikes. So it's like you hit the button to do the dash strike, and there's a moment, and then you dash, and then you hit them, and then there's another moment where you're like still in the ability, but you have already hit the enemy, but you can't move. So a lot of the time, if there was anything at all dangerous in the scenario, I would dash strike towards them, have 75% of my life bar taken off before I can act again, and then I would have to dodge roll away and like use a potion or find some way of healing before I could go back in to try and actually kill them. It was brutal. It's not fun. It's faster if it kills. If it were better at killing, maybe it wouldn't suck so bad to use. But it's not. It doesn't do that much damage. It does less damage than a basic attack. It just feels like the base level of damage output for the monk is not nearly good enough for how squishy the monk is. Because everything in this game, I feel like this is the case, probably the case with like any of the classes, but early on, everything kills you so fast. Like, all of my gear I had equipped was entirely focused on defenses. I was just, like, not putting any focus on trying to improve my damage output at all, just to see if my survivability would increase, like, at all, and it didn't. So then, so, before I changed classes, I looked up... I tried to look up a build for the monk, just like, hey, is there a way, like, am I fucking this up? Am I being dumb? Is there a way to make playing the monk not suck? And all of the advice that I saw online was like, nah, you should probably just level using lightning arrow. And I'm like, if I'm just... And I looked at several classes, and several of the classes were just like, hey, you should probably level using lightning arrow. And I'm just like, if I'm going to be playing fucking lightning arrow no matter who I'm playing, I'm just going to play as the class that can actually use lightning arrow to its full potential, like the class that is supposed to use lightning arrow. So we've got Ranger. Long range, agility, crowd control. She's got it all. At La Stream. Whoopsies. All of the other player characters are canonically dead. Goodbye. So, this is one of the big things about Path of Exile 2. This is like... This is the thing that you look at it and it's like, oh, okay, I get why this is a different game. Hang on. Oh no, I don't have the source over here because you have to use window capture for Path of Exile 2. Alright, you guys just don't get to see how much health I have? No. I'll just bring over the source. and fit to screen. Select a movement type. Movement type can be changed at any time. So, playing this game, you can have it so you don't click to move everywhere. Oh wait, I need to... Let's get global chat out of here. So, using WASD to move around. And then I equip the bow. And here's one of the biggest things that makes ranged feel so much better than melee. Melee, every goddamn attack you do, you are stuck, like, you are in place for the entirety of the attack, no matter how slow it is, no matter how fast it is. Like, you do a melee attack and you are standing there. And then I switch to range, and it's just like, oh, I can play this like a twin-stick shooter. Yeah, you can also play with a controller. I have not played with a controller on this one yet, mostly because I want to see what the experience with WASD is like, because this is like a big deal. This is like a big part of what PoE 2 is supposed to differentiate itself with. Because you can play Path of Exile 1 with a controller as well at this point. Hey look, it's Lightning Arrow! So, you may notice, if you have played Path of Exile before, my bow doesn't have any sockets in it. That's because you don't socket skills, or you don't socket gems into your equipment anymore. You have a dedicated gem menu. And so I socket Lightning Arrow in over here, and I socket my support gems into that ability. And my gear is just my gear. I don't have to worry about sockets on my gear. It's pretty astounding. Checkpoints are also a new thing. These are pretty cute. I like these because you can, in addition to when you pass by a checkpoint, it refills your health, mana, and your flasks, which are your healing potion and your mana potion. But also, you can teleport between them. You go up and use a checkpoint, then you can warp between any other checkpoints that you have unlocked on the current map. So, Lightning Arrow. It costs mana, so, like, you might have to switch back to just using the regular bow attacks every now and then. And the regular bow attacks are solid. But Lightning Arrow, in addition to doing more damage than the basic attack, I believe, in addition to doing a good amount of damage, I know, it also will, like, chain to nearby enemies. So it's got solid damage output, and it also has AoE capability. Whoop. I was holding down right. That didn't work. So you got a dodge roll now. And the game is designed around you having a dodge roll. The game is very much like, hey, we are going to give bosses abilities that can just one-shot you because you now have a dodge roll to get out of the way. And this is not just bosses that they applied this sentiment to. There's a lot of enemies in this game that just do a lot of damage. Like, you can see anytime this guy hits me, he takes off over half my life bar. You can also see there's a little meter under this guy. Because this game has a stagger meter now. And if you build up the stagger meter, they are staggered for a little bit. And that's a good opportunity to do a bunch of damage. without them hitting you back. Also, they made the passive tree bigger. You thought this bullshit was insane before? Boy howdy. It's bigger. So for people who haven't seen Path of Exile 1, every character shares this passive tree. Your character class will usually determine where you start on the tree. So, like, I believe the monk starts over here, the ranger and the ranger variant start over here. But everyone is on this tree. So, hey, there's some, like, if I want to do a bunch of elemental stuff as a ranger, I could just, like, swoosh on over up here to where a bunch of the elemental spell stuff is, if I wanted. So let's get some projectile damage. Skill tree that made Vinny have a panic attack live on stream. Yeah, it's pretty insane. And, some of these are, like, pretty game-changing. Like, where is... There it is. Hollow Palm Technique. Can attack as though using a quarterstaff while both of your hand slots are empty. Unarmed attacks that would use your quarterstaff's damage gain physical damage based on their skill level. Plus 1% more attack speed... Sorry, not plus 1%. 1% more attack speed, which is different than increased. Those are two separate verbs, so, or words, or whatever, adjectives, however. Increased is applied first, and then more is applied afterwards. So more is generally more powerful than increased, because you'll get, like, a lot of increased, but you don't get a lot of more. And so the more applies after the increased has been applied. But, yeah, more attack speed per item evasion rating on equipped armor items, and plus 0.1% to crit chance per 10 item energy shield on equipped armor items. And you may look at these and think, wow, that's a lot of very specific wording that's being used. But if you hold Alt, then you can mouse over anything that is underlined, and it will give you more details on, like, specifics about how those things work and, like, what the wording is. So, like, more attack speed, that seems good, but what is an attack? Attacks are skills that directly use your equipped weapon to damage enemies. Spells are not attacks. Base damage, attack speed, and crit chance of an attack are determined using your weapon's stats unless a skill says otherwise. Attacks do not necessarily deal physical damage, they can deal any damage type. And then item evasion rating. Stats that refer to an item's armor, evasion rating, and/or energy shield use the exact value of those defenses listed on the item. Quality and local modifiers on the item are taken into account, but stats from other sources that change the amount of defense actually granted to your character are not considered. So, very particular wording, which is good. It's good that they use very particular wording, because then, like, you have a much better idea of how the stats actually interact and what the results will be. So, Uncut Skill Gem. In order to get new skills, it is very rare that the game will ever actually give you a gem that just gives you a skill, like that chest gave us Lightning Arrow earlier. That's not usually the case. Usually the case is you get an uncut gem, and you pick which gem you want. And so, as a ranger, the game recommends I pick up some of the bow skills. So there's Poison Burst Arrow, Escape Shot, Lightning Rod. I already have Lightning Arrow. But I don't have to necessarily use any of these skills I would have to like pick up a weapon of a different type in order to use the skills of different types in most cases. So like I wouldn't be able to use the spear skills unless I had a spear, but if I didn't want to use a bow as a ranger, I wanted to be a spear ranger, then I can start picking up these gems instead. So like you got bow skills, you got spear skills. You don't have dagger skills yet. You got quarterstaff, you got occult, you got elemental. No flail, no primal. No swords. They haven't implemented swords in the game yet, which is pretty crazy. The only, like, traditional melee weapon between sword, mace, and axe that's in the game is mace. There are no swords, there are no axes. But you can also, like, see what gems you currently have equipped. You can also see just all of the gems in a big pile. So these different tiers do matter. So in order to get these higher tier skills, you have to be a certain level. So you have to be level 6 in order to use the next tier of skills. But you also need a level 3 uncut skill gem. So I'm going to pick up Lightning Rod. I'm going to equip Lightning Rod. Lightning Rod. Fire a lightning rod into the ground, attracting lightning beams to cause bursts of damage. So, the main interaction here is... Okay, fire an arrow that drops from above, creating a lightning burst. The arrow remains in the ground, and any chaining lightning beams can chain to it. When chained to, the arrows charge up for a brief second before unleashing another lightning burst. The lightning arrow skips this delay, causing bursts immediately. So, the lightning arrow skips this delay, causing bursts immediately. Oh, cool. So, I have my lightning arrow, which can chain to nearby targets, and if they chain to the lightning rods, then I get lightning explosions. Cool. So you can sell items to merchants for money, because there's just gold in this game. It's not like trading Jolly Ranchers in this game. Like, oh, I am kind of low on Scrolls of Wisdom. I'll just buy some Scrolls of Wisdom with money. That's crazy. Shining Twig Circlet gives me some energy shield. Sounds great. Leather Buckler, can't actually use it. But instead of selling it, I could also disenchant the Leather Buckler, which will give me a Transmutation Shard, and 10 Transmutation Shards become an Orb of Transmutation. What's an Orb of Transmutation? It upgrades a normal item to a magic item with 1 modifier. Neat. So I'm going to identify it and then sell it, and it was not worth identifying. The scroll cost 25, I got like 16 for that item. What a shame. So all these people are voice acted, but don't really care that much. The salvage bench you unlock towards the end of the act, but because I have unlocked it on one of my characters, I have access to it on all of my characters. The salvage bench is pretty neat. So, if an item has quality or sockets, you can salvage them for currency that let you put quality or sockets onto other items. So that's cool. I have also found a unique. Just the one thus far. So I've got some random bullshit from my other characters, but we're just gonna go for it. There's also the well. Restores your life mana and refills your flasks. Golly. Are the bow and crossbow skills different? Yes. I will show that off next time I get an uncut skill gem. Alright. Waypoint, checkpoint, Mudburrow. But first, let's approach the fissure. So this fissure is full of dangerous enemies. But if you kill all of them, you get a prize. Woo! Oh my god. Oh yeah, another thing is, because they introduced checkpoints, they also made enemies respawn when you die. Oh right, the fissure in this area does not actually turn into a regular fissure. Or does it? Was I just missing these guys because they spawned away? The first time I came into this area to try and do the fissure, it would not actually open up to give me my prize. Can I have a prize, please? Fissure with nothing. Yeah, really, though. Yeah, I really got a fissure with nothing. No prize for me. The first fissure sucks, so people can't farm it. It's not worth farming. If that's the reason, that's a bad reason. Ooh. So it can be pretty easy to get body blocked in this game, but on the bright side, you have the dodge roll. And the dodge roll, you can still bump into enemies while you are doing the dodge roll, but your hitbox gets a lot smaller, so you can squeeze past enemies sometimes. More projectile damage, please. Oh yeah, I can do the that. Yeah. I'm fucking dead. Trying to keep an eye on my health bar was a real blink and you'll miss it moment there. Ooh, magic enemies. So, pretty slow start to things. This game does not like to give you a lot of strength and power early on. It wants... My understanding is the developers wanted Path of Exile 2 to be a more deliberate game. A game that is more challenging. A game that requires, like, you know, not just putting together your build that can obliterate everything in an instant and then just running through maps. They wanted to avoid that scenario because that's kind of what Path of Exile 1 is in a lot of circumstances.
44-month Aruskis. HatVod, are you playing Fate and doing fishing for the whole stream?
Go boy. Thank you for the resub, Ash. Fishing... I'm not actually that big a fan of fishing minigames. I am amused when a game has a fishing minigame, but I don't go out of my way for fishing. Yakuza 6's fishing minigame is probably the best fishing minigame. That's fair. Yeah, like, you can see even regular enemies have that stagger meter. So, it seems like their intent is more encounters should be encounters that you have to pay attention to and try during, and you're not just, like, tearing through enemies and trying to bump your numbers against against your foes. But I think for this style of game, that's not exactly what a lot of players are looking for. And because the goal of the game is generally to just, like, kill as much as possible so you can get loot, because you are killing less, because things have more health and are more dangerous, you're not getting as much loot. I tried to dodge roll there, but I started a lightning arrow. I'm fucking dead. The Diablo 3's dozens of difficulty levels, you can make yourself feel as powerful as you wanted. I still think they didn't want to go for that style, because in those circumstances, like, Diablo 3 was very just bump your numbers up against the enemy and see who wins. I like Diablo 3. Diablo 3 is fun, but when it comes to the difficulty that was present, there were problems. So, I appreciate the sentiment of, hey, we want this game to be challenging. We want you to pay attention during the combat. We want the combat to be challenging and engaging and so on and so forth. But I don't know, I have problems with it slows the game down, right? Like, this boss fight is taking much longer than any boss fight throughout all of Path of Exile 1 will go for a lot of builds. And this is like one of the first boss fights in the game. It's kind of just weird making this Path of Exile 2 and not trying to make it... I know I can make a portal. Oh yeah, you don't need portal scrolls anymore, you can just click a button. Which is nice. Oh, another neat thing that they do is, for areas wherein there is, like, a boss or unique encounter, it will show a little indicator whether you have completed that boss or that unique encounter before. So, like, in Clearfell, the area outside, there's a boss that I haven't fought yet. There's an event that I have not encountered yet. I think the gameplay for Diablo 4 is pretty solid. I think Diablo 4 does a better job of balancing between you actually have to pay attention and try during fights and still allowing for just, like, blasting through enemies, because that's fun. The big problem with Diablo 4 is the open world design kind of blows. So, I have a level 2 uncut skill gem. So, I could use this gem to get a new skill. Or, I can use this level 2 uncut skill gem to level up my lightning arrow gem. So, it goes from level 1 to level 2. the attack damage goes up, the mana cost goes up, but the damage going up is more important than the mana cost going up. So I can put this orb away. Oh, actually, I could use that orb on my hat real quick. Orb of Augmentation. Augments a magic item with a new random modifier. Bam! Now it gives me energy shield and makes me smarter. And now that I'm smarter, I can equip the glinting, rattling Scepter of the Taskmaster, which grants me the skill Level 2 Skeleton Warrior Minion. Which is kind of neat, actually. Let's just pop outside real quick. The way that summons work in this game is kind of cool, and I am interested in trying out a summoner build in this game at some point. So, I have the Scepter equipped. I now have skeletons. I didn't have to cast the Summon Skeletons ability, I just have the skeletons. And I can increase the number of skeletons I have by spending some of my spirit, which is a secondary resource that is used for doing stuff like this, like having more summons around. I believe there are other skills that utilize spirit for like you reserve your spirit rather than your mana. So it's like, I have a stick that gives me skeletons, and now I have 5 skeletons. Yeah, I would imagine that the spirit system is mostly for passive effects. Auras also use spirit. Yeah, that makes sense. Hello, Renly, I completed your quest. Give me the uncut support gem. Alright. First, let's sell all this stuff. And now, I can create a support gem. So, you can socket support gems into your abilities to make them better in one way or another. So, the recommended support gems for Lightning Arrow are Chain, which would make the lightning chain more. Innervate, which makes it so if I kill a shocked enemy with my lightning arrow, then it makes my attacks do more lightning damage for a short period. And you have a chance to shock an enemy anytime you deal lightning damage to them, but certain skills will have higher chances to shock. Both the chance to shock and the effect of shock are affected by how much damage your lightning abilities do, if I recall correctly. And what shock does is it makes enemies take more damage while they are shocked. But there's also lightning attunement. Supported attacks gain 25% of damage as extra lightning damage, but they deal less cold and fire damage. Well, I'm not dealing cold and fire damage anyway. So we could get lightning attunement right now. That's probably pretty good. But we could also just look at all support gems and just pick one that we want from here if we want. So instead of getting that one, I could get... which is the one? Rapid Attacks. Which just, supported skills have 15% increased attack speed. But it's really nice that for each of the skill gems, they give you a recommended, like a couple of recommended skill gems. Just like, hey, if you want a support gem to put on Lightning Arrow, here are some support gems that we think are pretty good with Lightning Arrow. Is Life Drain something to go for in this game, or is dodging king? So, in Path of Exile, for the most part, you are not... Like, lifesteal works in a weird way, in that when you have something that leeches life off of damage, then usually how that works is that amount of life that you have leeched from your damage goes into like an IV. And then that IV slowly feeds that life to you. And you can increase like how much leech you can have stocked up. You could increase how fast leech will apply to you. So it's useful. It's definitely very useful, but that system being the way that it is makes effects that give like.
I leech off your entertainment.
Thank you for the tier 3 resub, Cult. It makes like flat life on hit more appealing. But also, like, maybe you don't even care about life at all. Like, maybe you are a build that cares about energy shield. In which case, like, you could still theoretically leech life onto your energy shield if you have, like, certain passives or certain items and so on and so forth. When I describe how most things work in this game, like, in terms of, like... When I describe how most things work, there's often an asterisk of unless you have a passive or unique that says otherwise. Because there are a lot of things that can, like, really change up how a system might work. So, like, in Path of Exile 1, at least, there was a notable passive, which makes your life leech occur instantly, but it has a bunch of downsides. Notice of criminality. These guys as criminals have an uncut skill gem. I'm gonna get Frost Bomb. And this way I can use Frost Bomb to cause elemental exposure, which increases the damage taken from elements. So that's cool. I have leveled up. Hermit garb. Do I finally get a shirt? Evasion rating and energy shield and lightning resist? Oh my god. Woo. Oh yeah, so a thing they added with the most recent major patch is if you do a dodge roll and hold the button, you can sprint. So this lets you, like, navigate the world faster. Downsides being, if I stop sprinting, you can see that there is, like, a long-ass animation of, like, skidding to a stop. So that's dangerous. Also, if I sprint into an obstacle, I get staggered a little bit, because I, like, bumped up against the thing. And you can also bump up against enemies, you can bump up against things that are just, like, little... very small objects that are on the ground that you didn't see, and then you bump up against them, and then you're stuck in a stagger animation for a moment. Also, if you get hit by an attack while you are sprinting, you will fall to the ground and take 4 fucking ever to get back up. I think overall the sprint system is a good system. especially since this game is kind of slow, so things that speed it up a bit, yeah, see? I got hit while I was sprinting, so I fell ass over tea kettle. I still think it's a little jank, but I do appreciate how it kind of auto-steers you a bit to try and, like, guide you around obstacles. So, like, I'm holding sprint and right. I was not holding down at all. It just automatically made me sprint down and to the right so that I would run around the pile of logs. Which is neat. That's a good effect. It makes the sprint feel kinda awkward at times, because you start moving in directions that you are not trying to go in, but it is for the purpose of, like, allowing you to continue sprinting as much as possible. So that's nice. I think overall it is a good thing. Alright, let's get increased projectile damage. Let's fight a world boss. Ouch. Yeah, Sager. Gotcha. So, killing world bosses and such can be very good to do, because by killing that lady, I got an item where if I use it, I just permanently get plus 10% cold resist forever. Ooh, increased rarity, let's fucking go. Life regen per second, yes please. Augmentation, can I augment my belt? Ooh, max life too, hell yeah. Texturing on the ground looks so good. This is a pretty game. Well, I mean, not like pretty in the traditional sense, but I do think this game looks good. I think they have done good work with the graphics. It is grim and dark, and the combination thereof, but the quality of the graphics is present. Alright. I have defeated Beira and found the mysterious campsite and so on and so forth. Look at all the cool shit to do in the next area. Let's fucking go. Played Diablo 3 the most, so that's what you'll compare everything to in your head. Diablo 3... Path of Exile 2 and Diablo 3 are kind of on opposite ends of the, like, difficulty and complexity spectrum. With this game, like, trying to be a game that is more difficult, has an obscene level of complexity, and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, Diablo 3 was kind of like an arcade, like, an arcadey kind of experience. Again, love Diablo 3. But very different. Yeah, usually if you are, like, affecting the way that your build works in any kind of fundamental way, that is usually reserved for, like, set bonuses. And there were a couple of the, what were they called? The sigils? The runes or whatever. where those can change things up. I think Last Epoch has a good balance between like how straightforward and I want to say simple because it's like the most appropriate word, that I don't want it to sound like there is no depth or complexity. But Diablo 3 is very approachable. And I think Last Epoch does a really great job of like splitting the difference between a Path of Exile and a Diablo 3. Because, you know, even without all of the shenanigans you can get up to with unique items and skill gems and support gems and all of that stuff, like, Path of Exile 2 will forever have... Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2 will forever have a baseline of, like, unapproachability that other games do not because of this. And this is good. This passive tree gives Path of Exile a unique identity and a crazy level of customization for your own personal experience. And I think that's good. It's a good thing. But you show someone this, and then you show someone, like, oh, here are the 6 different modifiers that you can put on a skill in Diablo 3, and that's basically it. Very different. Very, very different. Yeah, I'm not really talking about difficulty in that regard. I do think that Diablo 3 is, overall, an easier game. And, like, you can just bump the numbers up on enemies, and that will... You know, you get as much friction as you want. But... in this instance, I'm talking more about the complexity. And it is good that there are games that do it different. I would not want Diablo 3 to be more like Path of Exile. I would not want Path of Exile to be more like Diablo 3. Barrier of entry, panic attack simulator, yeah. But, like, you know, you don't actually have to know what this shit does. Like, especially starting out, like, if I'm playing this character, I don't need to know what any of this shit does. I'm starting a ranger, alright, what kind of skills does the ranger use? Oh, the game gave me a bow and lightning arrow. Oh, okay. And then you, like, choose to create a new skill gem, and it shows you the bow gems. And it's like, oh, I probably want to use bow and arrows. And then I look at the skills that are close to where I start on the passive tree, and it's like, oh, projectile damage. Oh, projectile speed and attack speed and dexterity. Increase damage with hits against enemies afflicted by ailments. What do you mean, ailments? Ailments are bleeding, ignite, chill, freeze, shock, electrocute, and poison. Oh, shock! Well, I do shock. You know, I apply shock with lightning, because that's what lightning does. It shocks people. So, if I am starting the game, and I am playing as the ranger, and I don't want to look up a guide, I can just look at what these nodes do, and it's like, chance to pierce an enemy and also more projectile damage. Yeah, that sounds great. Alright, so now that I've gotten this stuff and I get to here, what am I looking at? Can't be crit while parrying. What's parrying? Bucklers. Oh, I can't use a buckler while I'm using a bow. I don't really care about that. What about this? Poisons? Oh, there's like a poison skill that I get access to. Maybe I could do poison stuff. As long as you don't, you know, go into it expecting that you need to know everything, as long as you are kind of willing to roll with the punches a little bit. So these bloom serpents are like one of the biggest reasons why I was having a miserable time with melee. Because these things do like a decent amount of damage, but they poison you. And it's really hard to dodge their poison projectiles when you can't move while attacking. Because if you stop moving while those things are around, you're probably going to get hit by the poison projectiles. And I'm pretty sure it's the case in this game, where if you are poisoned, then your healing is worse. Meant to teach melee to prioritize targets, but like, okay, prioritize targets, go kill those things. I am not capable of killing them any faster than I am capable of killing, like, any other enemy that I come across. And if I get up in their face, then I am definitively getting hit by their poison projectiles. There's no way I'm dodging their projectiles if I am point blank, because I'm not, like, stunning them with every hit. So I try and get up in their faces to try and beat them down, and then I just get obliterated. Because there's like 2 or 3 of them. Because they're never alone, there's always 2 or 3 of them. And so I go up and try and kill them, and then I have 2 or 3 of them directly in my face. All of them just start shooting me and poisoning me, so my healing is worse, and just like, I'm fucking dead. I die. Now, this game bullies ranged characters as well. Once we get later into the act, we will see what's up with giving ranged characters a bad time. Okay, so I got an Orb of Transmutation. I still haven't found a new bow, so I'm just gonna make my bow into a magic bow. Add some cold damage. That blows, but I can put another modifier on it. Gain mana per enemy killed. Great, so now I have to use my mana potion less. That's good. I can upgrade my lightning rod. I can upgrade my frost bomb. These gloves cool. Life and intelligence. Extra life is good. It's more projectile damage. So I'm searching for the obelisks of rust containing the runes of power. The scroll of that. Garden tools left outside. Alright, I need another uncut skill gem. I keep meaning to look at the crossbow skills. Actually, there was a crossbow over here. Okay. So, gotta unequip some of my shit in order to show this off. Oh, it requires strength. Hang on. Do I have anything that gives me strength? I don't. I'm an idiot. I'm too weak to use a crossbow. basically, the crossbow fires much faster, but you have to reload it. So it is more like a gun. Projectile speed, attack speed. It's an obelisk of rust. Let's click it. Oh no, there's monsters. A ruined girdle. Make sure you do your girdles today, everybody. Wouldn't want to lose your gombo. New shirt. Life and life regen. Sure. No resists on it, which is a shame, but it's probably fine. Where are these dang obelisks? Checkpoint. Obelisk. Touch. Ruined guard. One obelisk of power remaining. Other side of this rusty lake. Maybe I can use this checkpoint over here. Oh my god, it's gone scrape the Widowmaker. This guy means business. He periodically unleashes fire. And now he's dead. Checkpoint. Travel over here. I don't know how I missed this earlier. Defeat the Rust King! Oh my god, he's summoning dudes. I have defeated the Rust King. And he fucking exploded. Oh my god, an Exalted Orb. If you played Path of Exile 1, you may think, whoa, that's a crazy drop. But, they are fairly common in this one. Oh, that's a level 3 uncut skill gem. So I could get Stormcaller Arrow. The Lightning Arrow is kind of just better. I could get Orb of Storms. Create an orb of electricity that fires chain lightning. The orb leaves behind a lightning infusion remnant when it expires. So the crossbow. Armor-piercing rounds. Load your crossbow with a clip of bolts that can be fired rapidly and break enemy armor. Using this skill again reloads the clip. Fragmentation rounds. Load your crossbow with piercing bolts that fragment in flight. Bolts that hit a frozen enemy consume the freeze and cause an explosion of shrapnel. Bolts that hit an ice crystal cause it to explode. These fragments can merge. Permafrost bolts. Load your crossbow with bolts that fragment in flight, damaging enemies on hit, and in a small cone behind their final target. The icing coating on these bolts makes them extremely potent at freezing enemies. These fragments can merge. And Explosive Grenade. Fire a bouncing grenade that unleashes a fiery blast when its fuse expires. So, the crossbow, basically, like, your skills are different ammo types for your gun, and also throw explosives. What I'm going to do for right now is I'm probably just going to upgrade my lightning arrow. An amulet. Oh boy, oh boy. Mana regen rate and intelligence. That's fine. Is the shirt cool? Is there any other events in this area? Nope, just the Rust King. Howdy, Will. How's it going? I'm playing Path of Exile 2, which is fine. Another support gem. Ruined spikes. Alright, so sell that, sell that. Sell this stuff. And let's salvage this thing, because it has quality. And then I get Armorer's Scrap, which improves the quality of an armor. And I can salvage this to get an Artificer's Shard. And if I have 10 of them, I get an Artificer's Orb, which can put a socket on a thing. Well, if there are no if you don't put your gems into your gear, why do you want sockets on your gear? Because you could put runes on your gear. Like, if you put this rune into a piece of gear, you get +6 dexterity when you're wearing that piece of gear. That's kinda neat. I would love rapid attacks, please. Boink. 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 Alright, we rescued the suspicious hooded man that was hanging from a tree. That's probably good. So, let's see. There's a witch hut, there's a witch, and there's the Bramblegast to fight around here. Oh shit, found the witch hut. Thank you for the medium life flask. Time to fight a witch. She causes periodic lightning explosions and has extra energy shield. And is fucking dead. Thank you for the support gem. I would like to put multi-shot onto lightning rod. So now, each lightning rod does less damage, but now there's 3 of them. And they can arc to each other. The shabby hood, any good? Life regen, accuracy rating, sure. Alright. Grimtangle is the zone that we're going to progress through next, but there's still some other stuff that I haven't done. Also, the routes are impassable for now. Let's see if we can find the bramble whatever. So, like, in addition to being able to fire while moving, like, got pretty good damage output, being able to just stand away from enemies, one of the most powerful defensive layers in this game. The shit in this game does a lot of damage. So having the option of just walk away so you don't get hit by the things. Very strong. Abyssal Arsenal. I got an orb. Oh, also, magic quiver. Life per enemy killed and some extra physical damage to attacks. Seems great. I believe I want Vile Wounds next. Because that makes my shock really strong. Oh shit. It's time for the boss arena. The Bramblegast. He's summoning Tentacles. Woo! We won. These gloves, cool. Rarity of items. Love that. Okay, so is that... Yeah, that's all the stuff around here. Back to town we go. Stuff away. Hello, Una. I'd like to sell you some stuff. Summon Una. She's right there. Doo-doo-doo. Ervig, the Rotten Druid. Can't wait to fight that guy. Una! Welcome! I do appreciate how, like... Hey, it's time to... You need to summon an NPC to help you out with this thing. I appreciate, like, them not just always standing there waiting for you to show up. Because then you also have NPCs that are like, oh, this NPC is hanging out back in town, but then you go to a location and they're just already standing there waiting for you. No, there's a little portal that you open to bring them to where you need them to help you. I think that's cute. It's a nice little detail. Simply pull the NPC out of your pocket. What, Gobbo style? Lancer style? Some of them like a Shivering Isles butler, dude. Oh man. Haskell was his name, right? Thank you for the follow. The goat himself, Gerson Boom. Hell of a name. Move speed? Do I want move speed or do I want increased rarity of items? Probably want move speed. Oh my god, it's the bad druid. Zappity zap zap. Woo! Move speed, increased chance of rare items mixed together. God, love that. But I'm not playing Last Epoch. I can't just put whatever modifiers I want on whatever item I want. I have defeated the nasty man. Ooh, and I got a charm. Drizzling Sapphire Charm. Used when you take cold damage from a hit. Increases my cold resist. Recover mana when used. That's neat. Evasion rating. Yeah, stuff. Hey, I'm a maned wolf. Okay. As for what's stopping me from playing Last Epoch, Path of Exile 2 won the poll on Discord. That's the best answer I've got. Path of Exile 2 is interesting. I think it has a lot of potential, but I think it being a solid successor to Path of Exile 1, I think some of the design leads might have to lighten up on some of their perspectives on certain things, which it seems like they are. Like, the adding in asynchronous trading to Path of Exile is a truly wild thing. Never thought it would happen in all my years of playing Path of Exile 1, which I have over 2,000 hours in, I think. I don't know. There are just certain things about the way that it feels like they are designing this game that they might have to loosen up on. I appreciate the sentiment of making the game feel more involved, more challenging, making each individual encounter matter more. But I mean, it's at least part of it is just because I am early on in the game, and things will probably speed up and intensify the further in I go. But it kind of feels like if they want the game to be higher difficulty, more challenging, stuff like that, I kind of feel like they should make the game just faster overall. When does deliberate morph into tedious? Yeah. You don't want the game to be full rocket tag, right? Because that's kind of the problem with the higher levels of gameplay in a lot of ARPGs already, of the best defense is good offense. Just kill everything before anything could even threaten to kill you. And that's fun, but if you want to make this different, I don't know if that's necessarily where you want to go, but in my mind, at the very least, melee combat should be faster. At the very least. Because melee, in its current state, from what I experienced, you know, all of these things that I'm saying all have an asterisk saying, hey, maybe this aspect of the game will improve, or, you know, not necessarily improve, but line up better with what I might perceive to be more fun. Maybe a lot of things change as you get further into the game. And that's somewhat true of Path of Exile 1. Path of Exile 1, the early game is not super exciting. Early game Path of Exile 1 is similar to this, except the lethality is a lot lower. I think the lethality is a bit overtuned in the current state of things, because, you know, you want new players to get it. You want new players to see the cool shit that you can do, how strong you can become. You want new players to have that good first impression, that good early impression. And I think in its current state, I think too many new players are going to get bullied by some of the early bosses if they are not going with a build like this, which is highly mobile and also does consistent damage. You know, with a lot of challenging action game encounters, the challenge is not necessarily don't get hit ever. It's don't get hit enough over the course of the encounter. And what determines how long the encounter is going to take? Well, the proportion of damage output from the player and durability of the enemies. So I don't necessarily think that... It kind of feels like the player either needs to be stronger to make fights take less time, or enemies need to deal less damage. And I don't think that is likely to be the case throughout the rest of the game. You know, oh yeah, so I don't think that's necessarily going to be a problem throughout the rest of the game, but for the early game, it feels like the challenge is overtuned. These guys are the source of bullying if you are a ranged character, because as long as they are holding that shield up, they retaliate if you hit them with a projectile. And those retaliation projectiles do a bunch of damage, and are fast, so they are hard to avoid. Woo! And also, it's a normal enemy. That's not like a boss, that's not an elite, that's just a regular guy. Those guys are motherfuckers. Depends on the kind of player base you're trying to cultivate. Yeah. In a way, the progression of this game does feel more in line with, like, a Diablo 2. Of early game, things can kill you fairly quickly, and also you don't have incredible damage output, so things are kinda slow, kinda clunky. And I totally appreciate the sentiment of we want more Diablo 2 players. But I think, as someone who enjoyed Diablo 2, as someone who has played a lot of... Woo! As someone who has played a lot of Path of Exile 1, I think... My gut reaction is I feel like this game would be a little more fun if you leaned a little more into the twin-stick shooter aspect of the new control scheme. Because a lot of twin-stick shooter games tend to be very fast, either like bullet hell kind of experiences, or like high lethality, high variance roguelite kind of experiences, you know, Enter the Gungeon, stuff like that. But I feel like there is a niche for a Diablo twin-stick shooter kind of thing. like kind of splitting the difference a little bit. And I'm not saying that's exactly what this game should be, obviously. But I think that would be a direction to take the overarching design of things that could be cool. Yeah, I am overall having a pretty good time with the, like, move and shoot experience. Like, I'm having a good time playing Lightning Arrow. Especially compared to Melee, but like, the direct comparison between those two is just like, damn, I am so glad that I decided to try a ranged build in this game, because otherwise I would have thought that this game is just slow and clunky and boring and not fun. Because that was my experience trying to play a Melee character. It was like, no, this game can be fun. There can be, like, cool high action interactions and gameplay and stuff like that, you know, making the dodge roll feel a little more meaningful than just, like, making the dodge roll feel like something you choose to use as opposed to something that you are just defaulted to using in any scenario that is even slightly dangerous. Because as a Melee character, it's just like, oh, something is happening on the screen. I had better dodge roll away, and then I have to get back into melee range to continue the fight. As opposed to here, where, like, because I can move and shoot, I am a little more in control of my exact positioning, so I can be more proactive in how I am evading some of these obstacles instead of just one answer dodge roll every time. Maybe a warrior would have been better? Maybe. But okay, here, let me get out of here so I can look at the available skills again. You could become beefy and ignore damage mechanics. Yeah, part of the problem with trying to be beefy early on is that then your damage output suffers quite considerably. And then fights take for goddamn ever. And it's like, well, I'm not dying, but boy howdy, their health bar is not moving a whole lot either. Where is... Here we go. So, Mace. Bone Shatter, Earthquake, Rolling Slam. Okay, so Mace does get Leap Slam. Leap Slam is usually pretty fun to use. Shield Charge, too, yeah. Mace Warrior is probably cool. I might give that a try before the free weekend is up. But, oh, right. So, here's the thing. When I was picking my class, the monk class was like, one of the core tenets of the monk class was, like, building up a combo to a big finisher. And so I'm looking at the four introductory skills they offer. So there's Falling Thunder, Slam the Ground to deal damage in a large cone, consumes your power charges to fire lightning projectiles forwards from the impact. So like you do a big slam, and then if you have power charges, you do a bigger slam. Killing Palm, dash to an enemy and strike them. Culling enemies if their life is low enough, which is if a normal enemy is at 30% or life below 30% or below of their maximum life, then they are killed no matter how much health, no matter how much damage it does. And then magic at 20%, rare at 10%, unique at 5%. And the thresholds are checked before the damage is applied. Also, can't be evaded. That's pretty good. Normal and magic monsters grant 1 power charge, rare grant 2, unique grant 3. So, like, all of that... This seemed like a pretty cool option. Like, dash to an enemy and strike them. So, okay, this gives me some extra mobility, and this builds up the power charges that then I use with Falling Thunder for the big payoff. And when I did have 3 power charges... Using the 3 power charges on Falling Thunder did feel impactful. It was a big lightning slam. It did a lot of damage. It felt good. But the damage of Killing Palm was not great. The damage of just hitting things with my quarterstaff was not great. It was most certainly not great enough to warrant this thing having 75% of my base attack speed. So it's like kinda slow, and there being a delay at the start and at the end of the attack, and then I am in melee range of everything, so if I am fighting like 3 or 4 things, they're probably decently likely to be able to kill me before I can kill all of them. Like, and also, with both of these, my damage output was just not as good as just doing a basic attack with my bow. Melee is a risk-reward thing, where if you are getting up in the enemy's faces, then you are trading the safety of distance in exchange for something. But with choosing these 2 skills, I was trading the safety of range for nothing. I think I got to like level 11 or something like that. Like there was no upside to this combination. Maybe if I had chosen these 2 skills, maybe I would have had a better time. But like attack speed 75% of base, attack speed 70% of base. These are slow attacks. And if I am in an enemy's face and trying to do these slow-ass attacks, then I'm getting hit. Adds a shitload of fire damage to attacks. Life per enemy killed, mana per enemy killed, crit damage bonus for attack damage. Oh right, I can bring this up. And I can see the calculations in play for how much damage per second my lightning arrow does. So if I switch my quiver, damage per second, 30. Damage per second, 35. Alright. So, like, adds 3 to 5 fire damage, adds 4 to 8 fire damage, but with lightning arrow, it's only doing 5 to 9 extra fire damage because of lightning attunement. So maybe instead of lightning attunement, I have some spare uncut skill gems here. Maybe instead I just get elemental armament. Supports attacks causing them to deal more elemental damage. What if I just use that instead? 43 DPS. Pretty good. And then I could put lightning attunement on something else. Nah. I'll just put this in the box for right now. Amber Amulet. Plus to strength, plus to strength. But plus to energy shield. It's kind of weird. You know what? Sure. Alright, let's put some of these away. Oh, this has quality. Oh, shit. So I can salvage this. Get some armorer's scrap. I don't think... Yeah, I don't really have any rare equipment that I would want to use my armorer's scrap on, but... For once I do, I have the scrap. Ooh, the Undertaker! Hey! Well, now that I'm dealing fire damage, I'm also... I now also have a chance to burn enemies, so that's neat. My first ring on this character? Extra mana? Boy, the green team. Whoa, it's a lot of them. Boy, I love being able to just shoot at enemies from a distance so I don't get mobbed and killed. Those machine gun fellas killed me like 3 or 4 times on my monk. Because I would try to do an attack and then I would be stuck in an attack animation and just get shot to death. Rare gloves! Yeah. My fucking frost bomb. Did I unequip my frost bomb? Oh no. I'll upgrade my lightning rod, but where did my... I'm too dumb! I'm too dumb to frost bomb. Oh my god. I think that's fine. I think the next node on the passive tree that I'm getting will let me have some smarts. Because that's one of the neat thing they did with the passive tree is on the Path of Exile 1 passive tree, a lot of nodes on the passive trees that are like connecting clusters of nodes that have some kind of theme. So like over here is a pile of critical hit nodes. Over here is a pile of energy shield nodes and stuff like that. they changed a lot of the nodes that connect these different clusters into nodes that you can say, I want this to give me 5 strength, intelligence, or dexterity. And it's just like, I want some extra intelligence, because I'm stupid. Ooh, flat damage to attacks, flat elemental damage to attacks, and rarity of items? Dude! These gloves is crazy. Gain charges per second, and some of it is applied instantly. Nice. Didn't bring any mentats. I don't want to get addicted, you know? No, you give me a rare, but it's a shield. So mean. Well, maybe this belt has increased rarity of items. It doesn't. Grant skill, raise shield. Golly. Mausoleum of the Praetor. Oh wait, there was a treasure chest in the... Oh well. I missed a special treasure chest in the other underground dungeon thingy, but I don't think it's worth going back for. Like the flasks can have magic attunements. That was a max level only thing in Diablo 3. Yeah. And I do appreciate how they got rid of utility flasks in this game. I think utility flasks are a system that just got completely out of hand in Path of Exile 1. Because in Path of Exile 1 there were flasks like, this one gives you a short period of enhanced movement speed. This one gives you a short period of enhanced elemental resistance of this kind of element or this kind of element or what have you. But it ended up that, like, by the end of the game, your utility flasks needed to be so specific and, like, they were too good, was the thing. So you essentially needed to just constantly be using your utility flasks because you would modify them so that they would have, like, you could basically sustain their uptime indefinitely. And so then you just have these semi-permanent buffs, but you have to constantly be pressing the buttons in order to use the flasks. And it made the game less fun to play. You press the frost flask in the poison fight. Yeah, that wasn't really the case. The case was you need to press your movement speed flask and your defense flask and your critical hit flask always. You should always have those flasks active. And eventually they added in a system where you can have the flasks automatically trigger under certain circumstances. Like, oh, you dealt a critical hit, and so this flask will use itself automatically. And then it became the case of just like, well, now that is the only way anyone ever wants to use these flasks because having to manually activate them sucks. So what they did was, they took utility flasks and turned them into items, these charms. The charms trigger under certain conditions and then give you some kind of benefit while they are active, and they are active for a short period. So like, this Drizzling Sapphire charm, use when you take cold damage from a hit. what I assume is a pretty good modifier to have on a charm like that is can't be frozen. So it's like, oh, you are getting hit by frost. Alright, this thing that says you cannot be frozen is now applied to you for a short period. I don't know if that's actually a thing that the charms can have. The charms seem like something that are very simple early on and will ramp up in complexity, but I have not reached the point at which they ramp up in complexity. But at least theoretically, based off of my understanding of how they function, I am in favor of the charms over utility flasks. And, like, on top of utility, like, you constantly have to use utility flasks, and you should try to have your utility flasks active all the time. The Path of Exile devs are very anti-macro. And so you could get in trouble if you had, like, a script that just, when you press this, like, a script or, like, a function key or anything like that, of just, like, I press this button and then all of my flasks are used. You could get in trouble if you did something like that. Oh my god, stop giving me fucking shields. Every rare item in this place has been a shield. And I can't use them. He has the auto flask. Send the guards. Yeah. So, like, before they added the auto-triggering effects to flasks, the gameplay for Path of Exile was, like, constantly be clicking and right-clicking to use your skill, so just like, ooh, click over here, and then I'm moving over there, and then click and click and click. And, like, sometimes I'll use some other skills, and then every, like, 5 seconds, I have to, like, move my fingers off of my skill keys and just, like, piano piano 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I can get back to playing the game. And if I ever stop doing that, then I am losing huge amounts of efficiency. And that sucks. Stop walking away from my things. Must have still been addicting with having thousands of hours in Path of Exile 1. Oh yeah! Part of the reason why I have so many bad things I could say about Path of Exile 1 is because I played it so goddamn much. Because even with the issues of the utility flasks, and even with all of the issues present in that game, it's still a lot of fun. And I also say this as someone who very rarely ever came up with my own build. Anytime that a new league would start in Path of Exile 1, which is a big thing for, like, getting me to continue playing it for so long, was the league system of, here is a temporary game mode that lasts a couple of months. Once it's over, all of your characters just get punted back into the normal game mode, but this special game mode that lasts a short time will have some kind of new gimmick, some kind of new unique mechanic to mix things up. And it would usually come along with like a major rebalancing of a bunch of skills, and like maybe the passive tree got changed up a little bit and so on and so forth. Like it's usually accompanied with a major shakeup for things. And so anytime a new league would be starting, am I looking at what changes they made? Am I looking at like the new passive tree? Am I looking at what new skills they introduced? Nope. I'm looking at the forums, and I'm looking to see, alright, people who know all of the mechanics infinitely better than I ever will, what are some cool things to do on the new league? And it's like, hey, try out using this skill on this character. And I would read the bill, and it's like, simple, straightforward gameplay, requires some very powerful gear in order to do, like, the utmost difficult content. But you can, like, get through most content pretty smoothly. You can just, like, speed through maps at a pretty comfortable rate. And I'm just like, great. And then I look at the build, and it's just like, so you want to take this stuff on the passive tree, you want to look for these items, and I'm like, you got it, boss. And I just do that. And I did that for, I think I'm at like 2,400 hours or something in Path of Exile 1, so that's probably at least 2,000 hours of my game time. It's just doing that. Woo! This got hurt. And I'll do that even in, like, games that are a lot more straightforward, like Last Epoch. Last Epoch, I love Last Epoch. It is maybe overall my favorite ARPG. Well, no, that's probably still Path of Exile 1. But it is a lot easier for me to recommend Last Epoch because it's way more approachable. Last Epoch, you can get through that game just doing what the fuck ever. And things are generally straightforward enough and understandable enough that you know, I boot up that game and I'm like, hey, I want to make a summoner. Like, what classes are good at summoning? Well, you can kind of summon with any class if you really want to, but probably the Necromancer. Alright, I'll make a Necromancer. What are the core skills that I want to, like, base my build around? Oh, I want Summon Skeleton, and Summon Zombie, and Summon Skeletal Mage, and like, I'm just gonna have all of these summon abilities, and I'm just gonna have my summons do all my fighting for me. And then I did, and it worked out great, and I had a great time. But then, after I had my first experience of just, like, very simple, straightforward, just, like, I want to summon skeletons, then I started looking into some builds, and was like, ooh, this build seems really neat. It does some stuff different, like, it's actually optimized in any kind of way, and I played that, had a fantastic time. Okay, shirt. Life regen, life, armor. Sounds great. I'm out of identify scrolls. I'm a fool. Do you sell identify scrolls? The lady I usually buy them from is doing a thing right now. Oh, this is the gambling menu. Oh, shit. I could gamble. Alright, well, take some of these stupid shields off my hands. Yeah, Diablo 3, also a great game for... No, you don't need to know all the mechanics. Just do whatever seems fun. Give me a bow. That bow is not terrible, but I could do better. Alright, life per enemy hit is pretty good. One more. One more. Oh wait, this one has a socket. One more. Ooh! Requires level 11, but I'm level 10 and a half. And then if I augment it, life per enemy killed, big damage. It's probably pretty good. Hello, the hooded one. Hello, Una. Alright. This game has a Deckard Cain. Identify my items, please. Ho ho! So I'm still gonna carry around Scrolls of Wisdom for identifying items while I'm ootin' a boot. But anytime I come back to base... Ooh, adds fire damage to attacks? Hell yeah. Anytime I come back to base, I can get it for free! You know what? That one bow is pretty good, but I bet I could do better. Chance to chain an additional time? Oh, one more. +1 level of all projectile skills. I don't think that's actually super good on its own. Augment it? But the base damage is just so much lower. Oh well. One more. One more. One more. Crit damage bonus. One more. One more. One more. That's a lot of lightning damage. One more. One more. That's a lot of added physical damage. What if I augment it? One more. One more. How about one more? 2 sockets. Hot damn. One more. One more. Alright, last one. I was really hoping for a rare at some point. Oh well. Yeah, skill issue. That's true. Let's just keep this in my inventory so I can switch to it ASAP. Time to follow the ghost deer. Oh yeah, they got secrets in this game. Or secrets? They have what they got in the Monster Hunter in this game. Woo! Crossbow. Damn it. Great work, killing that monkey that was possessed by a deer. We're all so proud of you. Oh boy, oh boy. I can equip my new bow. Yeah, let's see the DPS difference. 65, 85. Nice. Orb! Oh, right. Hold up. What if I try and make this bow better? $9,000 gold has been deducted from your account. Yeah, it sure the fuck has. Alright. Let's spend even more resources, because I have a Regal Orb. Upgrades a magic item to a rare item, adding one modifier. Some extra accuracy, that's not too bad. And then Exalted Orb. Augment a rare item with a new random modifier. 5% increased attack speed. Alright. Oh, I should have used these whetstones on it before I upgraded it to rare, because now it doesn't get as much quality per whetstone as it would have. Oh well. And then I can add a socket to it. Can I add multiple sockets? I can! And then adds lightning damage. Percent increased physical damage. Let's do... one added lightning. And... you know what, let's just do 2 flat added lightning damage. What's my DPS on my lightning arrow now? 129! Damn, this thing would have been better if it were just a bow instead of a crossbow. Oh well. Ah, oh, plus to all elemental resist, but I spent all my stupid money on stupid gambling. Alright. Well, this bow is probably going to do me pretty alright for the foreseeable future. Pretty sure this bow is better than the bow I have on my character that is currently in Act 2. What? Hole. Oh shit, we're one-shotting stuff. Let's fucking go. The damage situation is crazy. Alright, time for a multi-stage boss fight. The Crow Bell! Oh my god. That damage output. Now I have to fight him in this tiny room for phase 2. Woo! Now he has a bell. Now we have to fight him in a different arena, but he has a bell! And he's fucking dead, because I do way more damage than the game expects me to. Grants 2 weapon set passive skill points. Weapon set's passive skill points can be allocated differently in each of your weapon set passive trees, including your default passive tree. So, that's a weird thing they introduced in Path of Exile 2. Now you can set it up so that you can have slightly different passive trees depending on what kind of weapon you have equipped. So, like, if I wanted to, I could have... Like, I could have this node equipped on all of my passive trees, but then I could set it so I only have these nodes if I'm using a bow, and then if I'm not using a bow, then I have some of these instead. It's an interesting concept. I don't know how many builds in this game would actually ever want to switch between different weapons. But it's interesting. Oh, this has a socketed. I almost left a socketed item just laying around. I think that is the fastest I have killed a rare enemy in this game. This bow is insane. Superior. Ho ho. Where's the druidic ritual? Where is the mystery of the druids? Anyone see a druidic ritual going on around here? Greater mana flask. Actually, I don't want to spend resources on making that a magic item. I fell over and almost died. It's so dramatic when you get hit while running. You take a frickin' movie, like action movie tumble. Where is the ritual? I don't remember if I get anything good out of it, but I want to interrupt it regardless. Ash muzzle sounds like furry slang for an old person. Time to go to Freythorn. How dare you? I didn't name any names, mister. Increased rarity, but no move speed, though. And also, I'm too dumb to wear these shoes. These sandals actually require a very high IQ to understand. Incredible checkpoints going on here. Hey Finn, what do you think about this? Damn, that shit's crazy. Anyway, bye. Veil clatter the furious. Or is it Vol? Don't recall. At all. Where are the frickin' rituals, bro? Broski? There we go. Even just the word bro. So, I recently started watching Letterkenny. I knew I wanted to watch Letterkenny for a while now, like years. Because it is a, like, dry, snappy, Canadian humor show. Like, the dudes are from rural Ontario, and, like, the main cast is a bunch of hicks, and they live in a town of, like, 5,000. Like, the main characters are hicks, and some of the other, like, groups of people going around are, you got the hockey players, you have the meth addicts and dealers and, like, cookers. Like, there's a bunch of different factions, there's a bunch of recurring characters, but I would say the worst part about it, from my experience, is I don't enjoy toilet humor, and there is more of that than I would want in a show. But even so, like, there was, I think, the third episode of the first season I basically ended up skipping outright, because the episode is called Fart Book, and that's the whole episode, is that one joke. And I didn't like it. But other than that, I have laughed a lot. It is very funny, and, like, the shit talking in that show, there is a decent amount of, like, Lamau, you're gay. in the shit talking, but at the same time, there is a prolonged sequence of so a bunch of like shitheads from a bunch of shitheads from out of town wrecked a little shack that they made for ice fishing. And so they were trying to figure out, alright, how do we lure these shitheads out so that we can beat the shit out of them? And so it's like, oh, well, if they're shitheads, they're probably racist. So we could just get some people of color out here, and they will try to come and beat the people of color up, and then we can beat them up for trying to do that, and also for wrecking our shed. And one of them is just like, dude, no. We can't do that. That's not okay in several ways. And they're just like, okay, well, what else do shitheads dislike? Oh, gay people. They're probably homophobists. Which was the terminology they used. Like, the homophobists were acting homophobist. And so they were like, is it homophobist to get a couple of gays out here to try and lure out the homophobists so that we can beat the shit out of them? And this was like a prolonged discussion that they were having of just like... At one point, one of the guys is just like, well, you know, where I'm from, that ain't really how we was brought up. And it's like, yeah, we know where you's from. It just... There is not any amount of genuine malice or hate present in the show. It's just like, just complete off-the-cuff shit talking. It comes up sometimes. Like, in the very first episode, there, one of the guys is dealing with a breakup, and so, one of his friends gets him to start using Tinder. And then at one point, a crazy religious lady is like, didn't you know that Tinder was originally an app called Grindr, and that was used for gay people? And the guy was just like, oh, I didn't know that. And then she just keeps going of just like, and you know that the gay people also use that to do drugs with each other. And there was one term that came up of just like, that means they snort drugs off each other's erect penises. And it's just so ridiculous, and this woman is just like insane and completely off the reservation, but the shit that she was saying was just, oh my god. I feel like that was a real quote from someone. Yeah, so the writing in the show feels like it feels very informed in the same way that the writing in King of the Hill feels very informed, of just like, you don't come up with the things that these people are saying without having been surrounded by people that talked exactly this way and probably said these exact same things. But, you know, a lot of the things that I have said in this discussion about Letterkenny are, like, the things that are, like, edging on not okay. But, oh my god, I have laughed so much. There's one character who starts showing up. He starts showing up, and this character ends up getting a spin-off show, like a dedicated spin-off show. The character's called Shorzy. And Shorzy is just like an obscene, like, next level shit talker. And it's not necessarily next level because like, the shit that he's saying is just, like, so clever, so exceptionally witty, but just... he just goes in. He, like, his shit-talking is relentless. And usually it is him talking about, like, how he fucked your mom last night. And I don't know if I could even do the voice. His voice is insane. But saws your mom ugly cry last night because she left the lens cap on the camcorder. Fucking amateur hour over there, bud. Fuck you, Shorzy. Ugh. Like, the hockey players... You rarely... Like, you never actually see the hockey players actually playing hockey. It's always... The duo of hockey players are just shit-talking from the box. Like, they're not actively playing, and so to give themselves something to do, they are just shit-talking. But the very first thing that happens in the show, the cold open for episode 1, is the hockey players show up and they're trying to start shit, and like the Hicks, the lead cast, shit talk them so hard that they just like are completely emasculated and run away. And when they are running away, both of them simultaneously point and say, "This isn't over!" Main character immediately quips in, "Jinx, you owe me a Coke." And they're bending down all grumpy, trying to pick up the shirts that they had torn off to try and start a fight. And one of them just mumbles, "I will never buy you a Coke." Just... It's real good. It's a good show. And the main character's also, like... He can shit talk with the best of them, but for the most part he is, like, extremely stoic. And so there are moments where he is made uncomfortable. And the way that he, like, starts... He's, like, always got his arms crossed, always just got, like, a stern look on his face. But when you start to see him becoming uncomfortable, he, like, squeezes his arms even tighter against himself and, like, starts to slightly lean away from the situation. His eyes squint even further, and it's just like... No... Just, he's, like, trying to retreat from the situation in every form but physical. And the physical aspect is starting to eat in as well. The official place to watch it is, Hulu. It's on Hulu, if you have Hulu. It's on Hulu. Hulu has it for you. But there are other places, if you seek them out, if you so desire. Oh, a bunch of the episodes are on Dailymotion, but, like, to avoid copyright, a bunch of them are just, like, they are zoomed in. And some of them, the audio is pitched up or down. So a lot of... And also, the audio for a bunch of the episodes on there are, like, extremely quiet. So... I will say, there are better places to watch it than that. But there may perchance be a mega thread somewhere wherein you can find places to watch it with a better experience than that. Oh, right! Uncut Spirit Gem creates a persistent buff skill gem. So here is where you need a special kind of skill gem to get auras and stuff. So like Wind Dancer periodically grants stages of a buff that gives you more evasion per stage. Getting hit by an enemy while you have this buff consumes all stages to damage and knock back enemies around you. It's kinda neat. But I want Herald of Thunder. While active, killing shocked enemies with a non-herald attack hit will cause subsequent attack hits to release lightning bolts which damage all nearby enemies. Fantastic. And also, you don't even have to put it on your skill bar. You just right-click it. Bam! It's active. Level 4 lightning arrow, please. The farmlands. There's a crop circle and there's a hut. I ended up, like, starting to watch Letterkenny because I just saw... I just would be recommended clips off of YouTube. And I laughed a lot at the clips, so I started watching the show. There's also, like, I haven't gotten to this point in the actual show, but I've seen clips of the Mennonites, the Amish-type folk, and... It's the Dick family, D-Y-C-K, and every sequence with them is just, like, extraordinary levels of innuendo. He's talking about how he was handling his meat in the yard, and he ended up blowing his load all over the yard, which is to say he was making sausages and one of them burst. And because he is but a simple Mennonite with a one-classroom education, some of the particularities of modern speak might escape him. His wife shows up and she talks about how she was licking her own gash in the yard because she had given herself an axe wound. Mr. Dick had his sons out in the yard hammering box all day. It's a lot. I don't want a fucking power shield. Oh my goodness gracious. Where is the hut? Level up! Where's the hut? I'm 2 levels above this area. Get me out of here. Oh! The loot box! Do you get it? Because I got it. Alright, that is the events for this area. Onwards we go. Oh yeah, when you're playing solo in this game, you can also pause the game, which is revolutionary. Oh boy, passive points. Keep what I got on. Get some of that, and some of this, I believe. Damage penetrates 12% of elemental resistances and increased area of effect for attacks. Pretty cool. Alright, what the fuck support gems did I have on Herald? Sure, get some of that. For Frost Bomb. Sure, we'll get some of that. Upgrade the Lightning Rod. Fantastic. Back to the village. So, like, find some guys, find some fellas. Where's all the enemies? There we go. Look at that. Paused. If you can believe it. Most Diablos don't let you pause nowadays. And I'm playing online here, too. I wonder how many hours are left in the free weekend. Maybe I should just go ahead and try and get to the end game before the weekend's up, just to see what's up. Ooh! Artificer Orb for free? Regal Shard? Hard Spear? They got it all. I'm pretty sure they recently changed this game so that it's not like playing through the same game multiple times but at varying difficulties. I think they made it so when you would get to the end of like the main story progression that they have present in the game, instead now you just play through some like act-long side story kind of things. Interludes, I believe they called them. And then once you do those, then you go to the end game, which is maps and such. Procedurally generated zones where you just run through the area, killing everything, kill a boss at the end, and then move on. Boy howdy, am I gonna explore this entire zone looking for these quest objectives? Certainly seeming like. No, I got shot and fell. There are times where I wish I had the same level of patience for grinding in RuneScape as I do grinding in ARPGs. But man. The feeling of grinding in ARPGs is just so different. Grinding in old school RuneScape, so often it's so clunky, and it's just barely inactive enough. Like, it's just active enough that you can't just leave it idling and make progress, but it's also not active enough that I feel like I can actually do other stuff alongside it. It is right there in the sour spot. There was a video posted today on the Old School RuneScape X account, and also on some of their other socials, I believe. There was a video posted where, like, a character is using... It's like a pre-rendered cinematic kind of thing. Like, they made this video specifically for this post. But it's a character interacting with a machine from a quest. And in the background of this video, this person is like interacting with this machine inside of like a house or some kind of building, and on the wall there is a like a framed photograph of people waiting in line in the wizard tower to kill the demon that is trapped in the cage up there. And that is often an early task that people do in leagues. And they said they weren't going to do leagues for old school RuneScape this year. They were going to do RuneScape 3 League instead. because old school RuneScape, they're focusing on just new content for the game. But what if they just do an old school RuneScape league anyway? That would be pretty cool. Because every now and then I'll go in and play, like, every now and then I'll get on a kick of like, ooh, I'll play some old school RuneScape, and I'll put in a dozen hours over the course of a couple of days, and then, you know, maybe another dozen hours the week after. But I usually don't, like, full commit. I don't go, like, super deep into doing a bunch of stuff in OSRS. But the leagues, though? God, I love old school RuneScape leagues. I be playing the absolute heck out of OSRS leagues, so if they also do leagues this year, that would be very exciting for me. And also, bad for me, because I spend way too much time playing OSRS leagues when they happen, but I have fun. Wait, no, don't kill that guy. Ah, you killed that guy. Dang it. Steam Backlog cries out in pain. Yeah. I have killed the Executioner in, like, less than a quarter of the time that fight took me on my other character. The ads just kept spawning because it was just like, alright, once the ads start spawning, then we're gonna keep on going throughout these phases of the fight. If you don't play often, Anteater is going to beat you. What, like physically? Because he has defeated me in all aspects of RuneScape forever already. There's no catching up in that regard. Time to watch all of One Piece while you play. Yeah, I do have, like, probably 100 fucking episodes of One Piece to catch up on. I'm only, like, 3 or 4 chapters behind on the manga. Freezing Salvo! Passively coalesces icy missiles from the air over time. Using the skill fires a missile, firing an additional missile for each that has been accumulated. Fires an additional missile up to its current missile count, targeting each ice fragment in its area of effect, causing the fragments to detonate immediately. It's a lot of words you just said to me. Is this hat cool? Just like the real hat. Not that cool. Yo, what up? I would like another Storm Rune, I guess, because I used both of them. Ah. Wait. Does armors scrap? No. Huh. How would you like to buy some items, Missy? Alright. Back to it. Alright, are there any special encounters? The gallows. That's all I need to keep an eye out for, it seems. Get out of here, Grave Guardian. Give me your 57 gold. This gargoyle demon is of incision. Good lord, that's so beefy. $300? Hell yeah. That's almost half of one of those bows that I gambled for earlier. What do we got? Not a whole lot. I wonder if eventually there's some kind of system to, like, trade in a bunch of low-level skill gems for higher-level skill gems or something like that. That'd be nice. Oh shit, I'm level 16. I don't remember what I'm supposed to put a passive point into next. Orb. Where are the gallows? What's my end goal for this build? To use lightning arrow, but good. Hey, it's a gallows. Where madness colluded with fate. Is that it? Does that count as having completed the gallows? Fantastic. Let me just double check real quick. Please don't autoplay a video when I switch over here. Fantastic. I think all of that is... No, that's last epoch. Here we go. It's taking forever to load. Come on. There we go. Ah. I want to get this. 20% increased damage for each type of elemental ailment on the enemy. Pretty cool. Alright, and while I'm here, double check a thing. Hourglass. Into Freezing Salvo, and... Oh, I would be too stupid if I put another support gem onto that right now. I am a fool. The den of the mad wolf. Oh shit, there's essences in this game. This is the first time I've seen one of these. Lesser Essence of the Mind and Essence of the Abyss. I didn't mean to use that skill, I meant to use a different one. Come on. Fuck it. That's a lot of damage. Got him, though. Ooh, Orb of Alchemy. An Orb of Alchemy turns an item into a rare item, but it has to be a normal item. So while with Regal Orbs, which can turn a magic item into a rare item, Alchemy is just like full gamble, because you don't know any of the modifiers that are going to end up on it. As opposed to Magic, where you already know at least one, maybe two of the modifiers that are on a magic item, because a magic item can have two modifiers. It moves! Candleman is here. Candleman is dead. Another ring. Is it good? Ooh. Flat lightning damage to attacks. Oh, that's flat fire damage. But that is not flat damage. Hell yeah. Alright, rare bow, what do we got? Oh, that's a lot of flat elemental damage. Woo! Oh, right, this one has quality and stuff on it. And also attack speed and accuracy. Okay. This would have been good. If I did not already have the cool staff that I currently... or the cool bow that I crafted. Alright, what does the fucking essence do? Removes a random modifier and augments a rare item with a new guaranteed modifier. Desecrating an item with a Mark of an Abyssal Lord modifier always removes that modifier, replacing it with an unrevealed desecrated modifier of a higher tier. Huh? Oh, okay. The Mark of the Abyssal Lord is like a special modifier. I could use it on this bow just to see what it does, but that would kind of be a waste. Barrage. Ready a volley of arrows or spears, empowering your next barrageable bow or projectile spear attack to repeat multiple times, consumes your frenzy charges to add on additional repeats. Huh. Empowered attacks repeat +2 times and a further +1 time for each frenzy charge consumed. Repeats deal less damage. 560% of repeated skill's attack time is added to this skill's cooldown to a maximum of 30 seconds. Sure. So... is Lightning Arrow barrageable? So if I do this... it is! Okay. Oh, okay, so it's like... I use it, and then this little indicator shows how long I have left to actually barrage the next attack. And the number is how many extra, like, uses of that skill I will get when I barrage with it. Interesting. Support gen. Do I have a greater life? I don't. Put that on the ground for a second. Fantastic. Another nice thing about Last Epoch, it has an inventory sort button. Oh, I can use this to gain +20 maximum life. Golly. And I don't want it to come across like, oh, I'm too lazy, I don't want to sort my inventory or anything like that, but sometimes when your inventory is like pretty close to full, it can be really difficult to sort your inventory without dropping a bunch of stuff on the floor. Hey now, that wasn't free plus HP. I had to beat a boss for that. Except the boss was really easy because I do a lot of damage right now. I'd be a little more endeared to inventory sorting in this kind of game if the inventory were bigger. But, like, in this game, most things are 3x2. Some of them are 2x2. You can put a 3x2 over a 2x2, and that is where most of the complexity ends. Like, that is the extent to which there is complexity in most circumstances. I enjoy inventory sorting. There's not a lot of sorting to be done in Path of Exile. Because everything is so relatively large in your inventory, like, you can't do much Tetrising to, like, fiddle around with things, like clear up exactly enough space for the item that you need or whatever you are trying to do. It's just like, are the 3x2s on top of the 2x2s? Well, that's... I guess I don't have enough space then.
Yes. Don't suck. The beast hungers.
Time for the Act Boss. That's a crazy tentacle monster in there. I have dialogue audio turned off so I don't get interrupted, but the queen is just like, hey, you, husband, go fight that. Ouch. Also, he turned into a wolf. He's got cool blood attacks. Ouch. And now the Count is just like, hey, queen lady, help me out here. She's like, lol, no. I'm taking the tentacle monster and leaving. And now he's like, ooh, I'm so mad, I'm gonna turn into a crazy werewolf thing. I'm frozen. I'm almost dead. I saw a lot of people in general chat asking for help killing this boss. Yeah, this boss is pretty involved and does a lot of damage. Every time the bosses hit me, it has taken off more than half of my life bar. Got the stagger. Hooray! I have defeated Big Wolf Man. And now these two are having a conversation which we can't hear. The gist is, hey, that lady made me go crazy, and then she used me to make a big, gross monster, and now she took the monster, and I'm sad. And this guy is just like, alright, where's she going? And he's like, that way. And then this guy is going to be like, alright, I'm going to kill you now, and that guy is like, okay. No, I'm one inventory slot short. Oh, wait. That's a flask upgrade, so I can drop that one, and then I can take the woven focus. Oh, wait, no! Why is a woven focus a 3x2? Dang it. And now the town is different, because we have saved the day. What have you got to say about this? Thank you. Alright, great. What about you? Hey kid, do you want to go to Act 2? Yeah, sure.
The Countess has
The Countess! I now have a 10% penalty to my resistances, so I now take more damage. What's my time played? Almost got to Act 2 under 3 hours. What a shame. And deaths? 2 times. Not too bad. So I haven't actually done anything in Act 2. So this is new to me. The Hyena Raiders. Hyena peoples. Oh boy, a chest. I hope it isn't guarded by any enemies. Yeah, I mean, tier 2. Huh. For action RPGs, there are usually, like, a set couple of, like, biomes that you explore as part of the acts. This is the city, this is the desert, this is the forest, this is the ice, this is the fire. I wonder when the area will get dark. It's only a matter of time. But hey, they mixed it up in Path of Exile 1. In Diablo 2, it was the desert area that got dark. In Path of Exile 1, it was a forest area that got dark. Devastated camp. Bunch of money. You know things are going well when a tangible amount of the physical obstacles in an area are just piles of bodies. That happens a lot in Path of Exile. It's kind of a wonder there is any population remaining to become a pile of bodies in these games. I guess in Path of Exile 1 there is like a notable time skip that occurs, so maybe a bunch of bodies. There was some time to rebuild the people to become the piles of bodies. The world kind of sucks outside of cities. I feel like the world sucks in Path of Exile everywhere. Because in cities, you might just get randomly chosen to go join the giant pile of bodies in the arena. I don't know if I would consider the hyena people vibing. They seem to be doing a lot of murdering. I mean, maybe the humans attack first. Seems fairly likely. Ooh, rare quiver. I'm quivering with excitement. +1 to level of all projectile skills. Crit chance for attacks, attack speed. That's pretty good. Alright. Let's grab this. And then compare. Alright, 222. 213. What a shame. Howdy, howdy, I defeated the raiders. Thank you for the gem. Hello, the hooded one. Tell me what these are. Thank you. Alright, are there any other gem skills that I particularly care about right now? I don't really think so. I'll just put this away for now. Oh wait, I could probably level up. Yeah. Level up my lightning arrow. Hey, wait, is there not a... Oh, I guess the bench might not be here because this is like the prequel zone. And this takes me to the actual city. Oh, moving city. And the performance suffers as a result. Oh, interesting. Investigate areas of corruption. One of the trails of corruption leads towards the Halani Gates. Anyone who would wish to leave this region must pass through them. Outcasts currently make their home in the Forbidden Quarry in the hills of Maldoon. They call themselves the Fair Dune. We should travel there and figure out what they're doing. Yeah, and the city is being... They have, like, the bird things that could theoretically be pulling the city. But nope. That's the slave's job. Brutal. Here's the salvage bench. Let's go to here. This is a very cool setup for a ARPG, like, city and exploration kind of deal. I really dig having, like, a moving city that you guide towards the areas instead of just walking from zone to zone and then that's the entire act. It doesn't really change anything about the gameplay, but I appreciate interesting context and aesthetics. Oh boy, I'm getting hungry. We are getting close to 4 hours, though. So. I will survive until then. I missed out on tacos today because I was a sleepy bitch. But, well, not just because I was sleepy, but I didn't help. But the upside to missing out on tacos is because I am having my major source of protein in the evening, that is a good timing excuse to lift some weights. Because you usually want to have your protein source not too long after exercising. I mean, it's within like 5 hours, but... I recently started doing 20-pound bicep curls instead of just 15s. And it feels weird. But at least I am somewhat capable of doing it, which may have come into question with how inconsistently I do exercise. But inconsistent exercise is better than none exercise. Book of Jamauna. Yeah, I definitely need to make sure I'm keeping up on squats, if nothing else. I mean, I did mow the lawn yesterday. That's physical activity. I felt quite bad afterwards, but feeling quite bad was not muscle soreness. It was being outside without an active allergy medication protecting me. Actually handling the mower and everything, that was totally fine. Carrying the mower up the front stairs was even slightly easier than it usually is. Feeling muscle bad means getting stronger. Feeling muscle bad usually means you overexerted yourself, but feeling muscle weird means that you have accomplished enough exercise for it to, like, register with your body. To be like, hey, we should build a little muscle here. What am I looking for here? Increased movement speed, you say? I would love to. Nothing beats the feeling of carrying all the groceries in one trip. Part of the problem with carrying all the groceries in one trip is that because the weight distribution is so uneven and, like, awkward, it's probably not the best exercise you could be doing. It was better than nothing. Verdun War Cache. It was just loot. I don't care that much. Whee! Yeah, we just have, like, a set of adjustable dumbbells. And that is most of what my exercise is, aside from squats. And occasionally taking Charlotte on a walk. Because Charlotte is not fast. In fact, she is often quite slow. Usually I am, like, lifting my legs a bunch, just trying to stay moving while out and about. So it's not exactly just a walk, but I'm getting some steps in. I really should be trying to do more of that regardless of whether we are taking the dog on a walk, but I considered looking into those, like, the flat treadmills, the ones that you're supposed to use, like, at your desk and stuff like that. I've considered looking into stuff like that, but have not put any notable amount of effort towards that. We were at the... we went to the mall for mini golf a while back. Not like that long, but... we went to the Dick's. You know, the sporting goods store. And, I got to show Lawyer Dog what an elliptical looks like in person. Because he had brought up before that, oh, ellipticals are supposed to be like really great low impact cardiovascular exercise, which is true. The ellipticals are very great exercise. But he was underestimating how much space they take up. Because I keep joking about like, well, now that you own the house, we gotta build an expansion onto it so we can have a home gym. And he's like, I can just put it in the living room. And I'm like, not an elliptical. There's too much stuff in that living room. And he did not believe me. And then he saw an elliptical in person, and he was like, oh shit. I believe you. Gotcha. Oh, hey there. Thank you so much. Is that all there was to do down here? Level 2 support gem. I think I stayed. I would have missed out on that beautiful treasure. Ooh, and there's an essence? Golly. The essence is a little obtrusive here, but it'll work. Another level 2 support gem. This is amazing. Oh, and I have access to new supports. Oh, shit. This is even huger than I thought. No rarity, no movement speed, but... no buts. Fuck it. Level 5 Spirit Gem. I could improve my Herald. I think I'm just gonna hold on to it for right now. Oh wait, there's a thing over there. Hang on. Did I miss out on a thing? I did! 6 gold! $6 can make a difference, you know. Okay. Boy, the performance here. Not fantastic. Upgrade of magic to a rare, adding a guaranteed modifier. Flat max life. That's pretty good. Oh wait, you selling? He's selling nothing. How about you? Also, not a whole lot that I'm looking for. Leave a map. Yeah, I missed the war cache. Oh well. Let's go to the other zone. To the Halani Gates. Every bead of sweat from the slaves is slowing down the game engine. The gates are closed. Go back to the caravan and talk about how the gates are closed. Fantastic. Good thing I went to the other area first, I guess. We must go to the Trader's Passage. A quest. Hey, if you're going to the Trader's Passage, I got something for you. What have you missed? I talked about Letterkenny. I talked about how this game is okay. Talked about how Last Epoch is better. I got a cool bow. Mentioned that I'm hungry. I am suddenly having problems. Wow, yeah. Not a fan of how spindly these motherfuckers are. The obligatory anti-hat zone every fantasy world needs. Yep. It's, yeah, it sucks. Don't like it. I understand the sentiment of just like, ah, spiders are, like, things that you want to crush, and they're also kind of creepy. So they're a perfect video game enemy. But when you got the phobia, it's a bad time. Don't like it. Turn your fear into anger. I'm doing my best. But mostly the fear is turning into physical discomfort. Leveled up though. Almost died again. Orb. Jewel socket. There be jewels in this game? Wild. Ring-a-ding-ding, bell chest. Looking for the cultist crown. Oh boy. Are we free? The Six Sisters, heroines of an ancient age. My current strategy is just to continue staring at chat. And just, like, play the game entirely out of the corner of my eye. Oh, is Portillo's the decision that was landed upon? I am down for a hot dog and a chicken sandwich. And some fries. Colt said he would buy a Lawyer Dog 3 large shakes if he ever wanted to, but when you want to do it, you need things with protein. Drink 3 core powers instead. Put a core power in the freezer for a while. Drink it with a straw. That would be a bad idea, actually. Yo, what up? Powdered beef. Like, beef jerky is one thing, but powdered beef might be a step too far. Oh shit, these things are getting a little tanky. I'm not just obliterating everything with my cool bow anymore. Nothing like a milkshake that's 75% the giant whey protein bottles they sell at GNC. Yeah, just like take one of those, put some milk and ice cream in it, and then blend the entire thing with some ice or something. It's going to be sludge. It's not going to taste good. And it's not even going to be that good for you. But might as well eat a protein bar. I am glad that Lawyer Dog discovered core powers, because, man, they taste way better than protein bars, and also they have more protein than protein bars. Downside, not cheap. Why am I identifying shit? We should eat more than just that. Well, yeah. Chaos resistance. Chaos. Fucking hate that guy. Well, yeah, you don't get him at Target. You gotta buy them in bulk, but even buying them in bulk is not cheap. But, like, the core powers are what, like 24 grams of protein or something like that? It's insanity. $42? I got it backwards? God damn. Drink more so you remember. I don't know if my poor memory is the result of the lack of protein, but maybe it is. I've been overdosing. If I've been dosing on protein, I've been underdosing. Like, if I don't get an outside food, which I will usually just allow to be my protein for the day, then usually my protein intake for the day is a core power. But to be fair, I am not a particularly active person. And so 42 grams of protein is a pretty good amount. So a single 20-gram protein breakfast burrito for $4. It went, nope, too rich for my blood. Yeah. But getting, like, the scientifically appropriate amount of protein in any reasonable way is... like, there is no truly good way to get how much protein you are supposed to be getting on a daily basis. Protein is messed up. Let's get some more intelligence. Without a bunch of fat alongside it. I mean, even then. Like, you want like 50 grams of protein for a fairly sedentary lifestyle? 50 grams of protein is so much if you're not getting something like a core power. You gotta be eating multiple chicken breasts a day. We got a phase change. We got some lag. Game's freaking out a little. You wanna know how I got this bodacious bod? Eating cock. Da -da 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 -da. Jamonra's sandstorm. The sands rage at the corruption's behest. Oh no! He can summon a sandstorm? Damn, that's crazy. Here's a gem. I'll talk to you later. Hey, we gotta recreate a horde. Is that good for you? So can a Graveler, he's not special. Oh boy. Alright. Speaking of core power, I'm gonna go have one. And also some other food. Because I'm pretty hungry. That's it for Path of Exile 2. Probably for a while. Because the free weekend, it's only a free weekend. I don't know, if people want to see me play through the rest of Path of Exile 2, maybe I'll pick it up. It's not that expensive. It's like $30, $35. But you know what's $35 and is better? Last Epoch. Highly recommended, because it's pretty fun to play with a controller. Apparently Path of Exile 2 also has... Nope, wrong one. Also has pretty good controller support. But I wanted to see what the WASD experience was like. Can only imagine how things would have gone down if you made me play a bad build. I probably wouldn't be done Act 1 yet. Upcoming streams. Monday will probably be the start of a new Metroidvania. I don't know exactly which one yet. I'm kind of leaning towards Rusted Moss. I've been wanting to check that one out for a while. But it might be something else. Tuesday, more Lost Judgment. Next Thursday... I'm hoping that I will be well enough sooner than later to actually go out and pick myself up a Switch 2. So maybe Thursday will be a Switch 2 stream if that goes through. If it doesn't, I've got a bunch of one-offs in the old Steam library that I can check out, and I have some games that I can just stream again, like Abiotic Factor and so on. Plenty of things that Thursday could be. I'm sorry that I don't have any specifics to offer at the moment. But Saturday, next Saturday, maybe, fingers crossed, will be Dark Souls co-op. And if not, it'll be something else. But yeah, thanks again to Dayglow Panda for the follow, Tarin for the resub, Dan for the tier 3 resub, and Cult for the tier 3 resub, Ash for the resub, and the GOAT himself, Gerson Boom, for the follow. Who's up? Is Digi currently going? I know Digi is currently doing the subathon type dealio, but yeah, it's not like marathon. Okay, Digi is not currently going. Umpuko is up and doing a fundraiser type situation. So might go see what the sheep is up to. Permavermin is also streaming. Seems like they're currently doing Guess the Game for today. But yeah, let's see what Umpuko is doing. Looking at animals, hell yeah. Alright, thanks again everyone for showing up and hanging out and chatting and all that good stuff, and hopefully I will see you all again on Monday. Have a good one.